Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The silver light of the twin moons cast long shadows across the ancient forests of Silverleaf as a lone figure emerged from the mist-shrouded foothills of the Horizon Mountains. His once resplendent armor was now weathered and scarred, his cloak tattered by decades of harsh winds and merciless seasons, yet his steps remained purposeful, his gaze unwavering. General Arundel Silverblaze had returned to the lands that had once revered him as their greatest defender, and then condemned him as their vilest traitor. For 40 years, he had wandered the desolate wastes beyond the Horizon Mountains, a barren expanse where few dared venture, not in exile, as many believed, but in vigilance. For Arundel had discovered a truth so terrible that even now, as he gazed upon the distant crystal spires of Luminaris, the elven capital, his heart grew heavy with dread. The deep scourge was awakening. Ancient legends spoke of the Dark Age, when creatures of shadow and malice had poured forth from the depths of the world, nearly extinguishing all light from the surface realms. Only through the combined might of elves and dwarves, once allies rather than rivals, had the tide been turned. But the price had been steep, and the alliance had fractured in the aftermath, giving way to centuries of mistrust and veiled hostility. Now, as Arundel stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods, he knew that the fragile peace enjoyed by the surface realms was about to shatter. "The general is dead," Queen Aelarith Moonshadow declared, her voice cold as winter frost as she sat upon the crystal throne. "The elf who stands before us is but a phantom, a vessel for madness and deceit." Arundel knelt in the court of stars, surrounded by the elven nobility who once had followed him into battle. Now they regarded him with suspicion, even fear. "Your Majesty, I bring no falsehoods, only warnings," Arundel replied, his voice steady despite the ache in his heart. "The signs are unmistakable, the ashen rot spreading through the ancient trees of the eastern groves, the wells that run dry only to refill with brackish water that tastes of metal and decay. The earth tremors that shake the very foundations of our oldest structures." The Queen's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something, was it alarm, crossing her ageless features before vanishing behind a mask of disdain. "And you would have us believe that these omens foretell the return of creatures from children's tales. You would have us ally with the stone dwellers." She spat the last words as if they tasted foul. "But the same dwarves who hoard their precious metals and gems, while our artisans must beg for scraps to continue their craft." Arundel rose to his feet, ignoring the guards who tensed around him. "I would have you remember history, Your Majesty. I would have you recall that it was only through alliance that the world survived the last incursion. And I would remind you that I have never lied in service to this realm, not even when accused of slaying King Thranduil, your husband and my friend." A gasp rippled through the court at his boldness. The Queen's face hardened into a porcelain mask of fury. "Guards," she said softly, "escort this traitor from our lands. Should he return, his head shall adorn our gates as warning to all who would speak such treasonous falsehoods." As the guards surrounded him, Arundel met the Queen's gaze one final time. In that moment, He saw something in her eyes that confirmed his worst fears. Not anger, but calculation. Not outrage, but fear of exposure. And he knew then that his journey had only just begun. The great dwarven fortress of Ironholm was carved into the very heart of the Iron Mountains, its massive gates flanked by 60-foot statues of ancient dwarven kings. Unlike the graceful spires of Luminaris, Ironholm was a testament to unyielding strength, every surface adorned with intricate geometric patterns and runes of power, every corner reinforced to withstand both time and siege. Erendil stood before those gates, knowing well the reception he was likely to receive. Elves were rarely welcomed in dwarven realms, and exiled elven generals even less so, yet he had no choice. "State your business, tree walker," growled the gate captain, a stout dwarf whose elaborate beard braids marked him as a veteran of many campaigns. "And I seek audience with your king on matters concerning the safety of both our realms," Erendil replied, offering no pretense or flowery speech. Dwarves valued directness above all else. The captain snorted. "King Thorgrim grants no audiences to elves, especially not lone wanderers with wild tales." "Then perhaps," came a voice from the parapet above, "he will grant audience to his daughter instead." All eyes turned upward. Standing on the wall was a dwarven woman in full battle armor, her auburn beard adorned with golden rings and intricate braids. A massive warhammer rested on her shoulder, its head inscribed with ancient runes that glowed with subtle power. "Master Miner Dorna," the captain said, surprise evident in his tone. "This elf claims—" "I heard what he claims," Dorna Bronzebeard interrupted, her eyes never leaving Erendil's face. And unlike some, I've had scouts in the deep places, scouts who have not returned." She descended the steps to the gate with purpose, each step resonating with authority that belied her contested position within the dwarven hierarchy. Standing before Erendil, she barely reached his chest, yet her presence was undeniable. "You're Erendil Silverblaze," she said, not a question, but a statement. "The one who supposedly murdered the Elven King 40 years ago." "The very same," Erendil replied without flinching, "though the supposedly is appreciated." Dorna studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "The deep mines have been whispering secrets, dark secrets. My miners hear things in the stones that others cannot. 3 expeditions I've sent into the forgotten tunnels. None returned." "The deep scourge stirs," Erendil said quietly. "So it would seem," Dorna agreed. "My father refuses to acknowledge it. The council dismisses my reports as the overwrought concerns of a daughter seeking attention rather than a master miner reporting facts." Her gaze hardened. "But I will not let pride doom my people, or yours. Come, General. We have much to discuss, and little time to do so." The expedition into the depths was small by necessity, secrecy their greatest ally. Dorna led 5 of her most trusted miners, dwarves who had sworn personal loyalty to her rather than to the throne. Erendil brought with him 3 elven rangers, exiles like himself who had sought him out during his years in the wilderness, believing in his innocence. They descended through narrow tunnels and vast caverns, through ancient dwarven workings long abandoned, and natural passages never meant for mortal eyes. Dorna's knowledge of the underground realm was unparalleled, her connection to the stone itself, almost mystical in nature. Erendil brought with him the elven gift of light, conjuring softly glowing orbs that floated above their party, revealing dangers that might otherwise have claimed them. On the 7th day beneath the surface, they found the first bodies. "Grimhold's patrol," Dorna said grimly, examining the remains of dwarven warriors. "Sent by my father 3 months ago to investigate reports of strange noises. Official record states they deserted." Erendil knelt beside one of the fallen, noting the expression of horror frozen on the dwarf's face. These wounds, they're consistent with the accounts from the Dark Age. The flesh doesn't just tear, it dissolves. Acid, Dorna confirmed, but unlike any naturally occurring kind. They pressed onward, ever deeper, until they reached a vast cavern that none of Dorna's maps had recorded. Its ceiling was lost in darkness, and its far walls seemed to shimmer with an unnatural light. "By the ancestors' forge," whispered one of the dwarven miners. "What is this place?" Erendil's expression was grim. A temple. One that should not exist. The cavern floor was carved with intricate patterns that pulsed with sickly green light. At its center stood an obsidian altar, and upon that altar rested a crown, one fashioned in the unmistakable style of elven royalty. Impossible. One of the elven rangers breathed. That's the crown of Twilight. It was buried with King Thranduil. "No," Erendil said, his voice hollow. "It was stolen from his tomb." "By the one who truly murdered him." Dorna looked sharply at him. "You know who killed your king." "I suspected," Erendil replied. "Now I am certain." He pointed to symbols carved into the altar's base. "These are binding runes, ancient magic that predates even the oldest elven kingdoms. They speak of a pact, a bargain struck between the queen and the deep scourge. Immortality and power beyond measure in exchange for access to the surface world." A low rumbling shook the cavern, dust falling from unseen heights. "They're coming," Dorna said, gripping her warhammer. "We need to leave. Now." "Not without proof," Erendil insisted, moving toward the altar. As his fingers touched the crown, visions flooded his mind. The queen standing over King Thranduil's sleeping form, a dagger of strange black metal in her hand. The same queen speaking to writhing shadows in this very chamber. Villages along the border being swallowed by the earth as creatures of nightmare poured forth from newly formed chasms. When he came back to himself, Dorna was shaking him roughly. "Do whatever sorcery has hold of you, break it," she commanded. "The passages behind us have collapsed. We need another way out." Erendil grabbed the crown and turned to the far side of the chamber. "There," he said, pointing to a narrow fissure. "That leads to the old tunnels beneath Grimhold Pass. It's our only chance." As they fled, the rumbling grew to a deafening roar. Behind them, the darkness itself seemed to take form. Thousands of skittering shapes with too many limbs and eyes that glowed with malevolent hunger. The deep scourge had awakened, and the surface realms were not prepared. The village of Stonecrest was the first to fall. By the time Erendil and Dorna emerged from the underground, 3 more border settlements had been swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Reports came from both elven and dwarven territories, strange creatures attacking in the night, tunnels appearing where solid ground had been just days before, water sources turning foul and poisonous. "The council must listen now," Dorna said as they stood on a hilltop overlooking the smoking ruins of what had once been a prosperous trading post. We have proof of the Queen's treachery and of the threat we face." Erendil's gaze was fixed on the horizon, where storm clouds gathered unnaturally. It may already be too late for warnings alone. The ancient texts spoke of only one weapon capable of turning back the tide of darkness: the Twilight Sword, forged from star metal by the combined arts of dwarven smiths and elven enchanters. "A weapon lost to time," Dorna scoffed. "Myths and legends won't save our people." "Not lost," Erendil corrected. "Broken, its fragments scattered to the corners of the world to prevent its power from being misused." He turned to face her, his expression resolute. "I know where one piece lies, in the forbidden archives beneath Luminaris." Dorna's laugh was short and bitter. "You're exiled from elven lands on pain of death, and I'm a dwarf. Neither of us will get within leagues of those archives. Perhaps not through the front gates, Erendil agreed, a glint of his old fire returning to his eyes. But in times of war, unconventional alliances must be forged, and so must legendary weapons. Dorna regarded him thoughtfully, then slowly nodded. But the clans will call you mad. My father will call me traitor. And yet, the dwarven woman hefted her warhammer, a fierce smile appearing beneath her braided beard, and yet the stones themselves cry out for champions. I hear their call. Elf, do you? Erendil Silverblaze, once the greatest general of the elven realms, now its most notorious exile, drew his sword, a blade that had tasted the blood of 1,000 foes across countless battlefields. Until my last breath, Master Miner, until my last breath. Together they turned toward Luminaris, an unlikely pair, elf and dwarf, exile and heir, bound by a common purpose as the shadows lengthened across the land. The fragments of the Twilight Sword awaited, and with them, perhaps, the salvation of two kingdoms too long divided by pride and ancient grudges. The war for the surface realms had begun. Story 2. The winds howled through the jagged peaks of the world's spine mountains, carrying whispers of ancient magic and forgotten oaths. Snow danced between stone teeth that seemed to pierce the very heavens, a realm where even the bravest souls seldom ventured. Yet on this day, as dawn painted the eastern sky with hues of amber and gold, a solitary figure climbed steadily upward, his footsteps deliberate and unwavering. Durin Ironshield paused to secure his footing, the enchanted runes on his battle axe pulsing with a subtle blue glow against the early morning light. 47 notches marked its handle, 47 dragons fallen to his blade over 3 decades of hunting. His beard, once fiery red, now bore streaks of silver and was adorned with dragon tooth beads that marked his status among the dwarven clans of Karaz-Karak. Idwanmore, he murmured to himself, his breath crystallizing in the frigid air. The last of the fire-breathing demons. Then the world will be free of their tyranny. The Council of Elders had been explicit in their charge. Find and slay the last known dragon that nested somewhere within these treacherous peaks. For centuries, dragons had been the scourge of dwarven mines and settlements, ancient enemies that had burned countless halls and claimed innumerable lives. Durin's own father had fallen to dragonfire when he was but a child. Now, as the most renowned dragon slayer in 7 generations, it fell to him to end the dragon's legacy forever. What the council didn't know, what no dwarf knew, was that Durin no longer took joy in the hunt. Each kill had carved something from his soul, leaving him hollow. The weight of his reputation had become a burden heavier than the finest dwarven plate armor. But duty was duty, and a dwarf of Karaz-Karak honored his obligations until death. The trail he followed was subtle, a scale here, a faint scorched rock there, but to his experienced eyes, it was as clear as footprints in fresh snow. The dragon was close. Perhaps within the vast cavern system rumored to exist near the summit. As he rounded a narrow ledge, the mountain suddenly fell silent. The wind ceased its mournful song. Even the distant cry of eagles faded to nothing. Durin's hand moved instinctively to his axe handle. Not another step. Dragon Slayer. The voice came from above, melodic yet firm, with the characteristic lilting accent of the elves. Durin looked up to see a figure perched on an outcropping 10 feet above, bow drawn and arrow aimed directly at his heart. She was tall and lithe, as all elves were, with hair like spun silver that flowed past her shoulders. Her armor, crafted of materials unknown to dwarven smiths, seemed to shift between the colors of dawn and dusk with each subtle movement. Most striking were her eyes, violet as twilight and ancient with knowledge that belied her youthful appearance. "An elf," Durin grunted, not lowering his axe. Far from your forests, aren't you, tree singer? And you are far from your mines, stone dweller, she replied, her aim unwavering. I am Lorelei Moonsong, guardian of the sacred groves and sworn protector of the last clutch. By ancient oaths that predate both our kingdoms, I stand sentinel over what you seek to destroy. Durin's laugh was harsh against the mountain's silence. Pretty words for someone defending a monster. Stand aside, elf. My quarrel isn't with you, but I'll not hesitate to remove any obstacle between me and my sworn duty. Your duty is built on ignorance, Lorelei said, her voice hardening. The dragons are not what your people believe them to be. Tell that to the charred bones of my kin, Durin snarled, rage flaring hot in his chest. In one fluid motion, he hurled a throwing axe toward her position. Lorelei released her arrow as she leapt aside, the projectiles passing each other in the air. The arrow struck Durin's pauldron, glancing off the enchanted metal, while his axe embedded itself in the stone where she had stood moments before. What followed was a dance of deadly precision. The elf moved like water, each step flowing into the next as she fired arrow after arrow, forcing Durin to weave and dodge across the narrow ledge. The dwarf responded with the immovable resilience of his kind, his axe carving arcs through the air that missed Lorelei by mere inches as she tumbled and vaulted around him. Minutes stretched into an hour, neither combatant able to gain decisive advantage. Durin's endurance matched Lorelei's agility, her speed countered his power. They were locked in stalemate, both beginning to tire but neither willing to yield. It was the mountain itself that interrupted their combat. A tremor shook the ground beneath them, causing both warriors to momentarily lose balance. In the sudden stillness that followed, a new sound emerged, a slithering, chittering noise that raised the hair on Durin's neck and caused Lorelei's eyes to widen in alarm. From a crevice neither had noticed emerged a creature of living shadow. Its form was vaguely humanoid, but constantly shifting, tendrils of darkness extending and retracting with each movement. Where its face should have been was only a void, darker than the deepest mine shaft. "Void Seeker," Lorelei whispered, horror evident in her voice. The creature paid them no heed, moving with unnatural speed toward a narrow cave entrance, partially hidden behind a boulder. Both dwarf and elf recognized its destination simultaneously. "The nest," they said in unison. Centuries of racial animosity were forgotten in an instant. Without word or signal, they moved together, Durin's axe sweeping low as Lorelei fired 3 arrows in rapid succession. The shadow creature twisted unnaturally, avoiding most of the attack, but Durin's axe caught one of its trailing tendrils, eliciting a sound like tearing silk. The creature whirled, revealing a maw of swirling emptiness that seemed to pull at the very light around it. It lunged at Durin, who raised his axe to block, only to find the weapon passing through the creature as if through smoke. A tendril lashed across his chest, leaving a trail of numbing cold even through his armor. "Iron will not avail you!" Lorelei called, notching an arrow that glowed with inner light. "It's a being of void magic." Her enchanted arrow struck true, momentarily disrupting the creature's form. It screeched, a sound like wind rushing through a cracked door before retreating toward the cave entrance. "After it!" Durin shouted, following without hesitation. Lorelei was already moving, her footsteps silent against the stone. The cave opened into a vast chamber, illuminated by strange crystals that cast blue-green light across stalactites, hanging like frozen daggers from the ceiling. At the chamber's center, nestled in a depression lined with shimmering scales, sat a single egg the size of a dwarf's torso. Its surface shimmered with iridescent patterns that shifted and swirled like oil on water. The shadow creature hovered over the egg, tendrils extending toward it. No, Lorelei cried, loosing another glowing arrow. This time the creature was prepared. It twisted aside, then surged toward them both with frightening speed. Durin and Lorelei found themselves fighting back to back, her enchanted arrows and his desperate axe swings keeping the creature at bay but unable to banish it. "We cannot defeat it like this," Lorelei said between labored breaths. We need..." Her words were cut short as the egg began to glow, pulsing with brilliant light that intensified with each heartbeat. Cracks appeared on its surface, spider webbing across the shell. The shadow creature froze, then redoubled its efforts to reach the egg, forcing Durin and Lorelei to retreat step by step. "If that thing gets the hatchling," Durin growled, "was all this for nothing?" "Not a hatchling," Lorelei corrected, her eyes never leaving their opponent. "Not yet. The egg contains pure dragon magic, the last reservoir of untainted power in the mortal realms. If the Void Seeker claims it, all magic will begin to fade from the world." The egg's light suddenly flared, blinding white. When Durin could see again, the egg had cracked open, but instead of a dragon hatchling, a sphere of swirling golden energy hovered above the remnants of the shell. The shadow creature let out a triumphant screech and lunged for the sphere. "No!" Lorelei cried, throwing herself into its path. The creature's tendrils wrapped around her throat, lifting her from the ground. Durin hesitated only for a heartbeat before charging forward, his battle cry echoing through the chamber. "For honor, for both our peoples." As he reached the struggling elf, inspiration struck. He swung his axe not at the creature, but at the crystal formation beside it. The enchanted blade sheared through stone, sending a cascade of light-giving crystals tumbling onto the shadow being. The creature writhed as the crystals made contact, its form destabilizing wherever light touched shadow. Lorelei broke free of its grasp, gasping for breath. "The light!" she wheezed. "It weakens it!" Durin didn't waste breath on response. He struck another crystal formation, then another, filling the air with luminous shards that rained down upon their foe. Lorelei recovered enough to knock her last enchanted arrow, aiming not at the creature, but at the largest crystal on the ceiling directly above. The arrow struck true. The massive crystal detached and plummeted, gathering speed before crashing directly onto the shadow, being in an explosion of brilliant light. When the radiance faded, nothing remained of their enemy but wisps of darkness that dissipated like morning mist. Silence fell over the chamber. Durin and Lorelei approached the floating sphere cautiously. "What happens now?" Durin asked, his voice uncharacteristically subdued. Lorelei gazed at the sphere with reverence. "Now we understand the truth that both our peoples have forgotten. Dragons were never our enemies. They were the wellsprings of magic itself. Their dwindling numbers are why enchantments fail, why crops wither, why the shadow creatures grow bold." "Impossible," Durin protested, but with less conviction than before. "Dragons have raised our settlements for generations." "Some, yes," Lorelei conceded, "just as some dwarves and some elves choose destructive paths. But the dragon's true purpose was to channel and protect the magic that sustains all life. Each death, including those by your axe, has weakened the barriers that keep the void at bay." The accusation stung, but Durin could not deny the evidence before his eyes. "Then we've been manipulated, both our peoples, by the Shadow Consort, the master of these void creatures, an ancient entity that seeks to drain magic from our world to return to its own dimension." The sphere pulsed, drawing their attention. Within its golden depths, images formed, memories from ages past, dragons soaring alongside elven riders, dwarven smiths working with dragonfire to forge artifacts of incredible power, all three races living in harmony, maintaining the balance of magic that kept darkness at bay. "Everything I've believed," Durin whispered, his certainty crumbling like sand. Lorelei placed a hand on his armored shoulder, a gesture that would have been unthinkable hours before. The past cannot be undone, but the future remains unwritten. This sphere contains the essence of dragonkind. With it, we might restore what was lost if we work together. Durin looked at her, then at the notches on his axe handle. 47 marks of pride that now felt like badges of shame. My people will call me traitor. Yours will never trust a dwarf. Lorelei's smile was sad but determined. Then we shall be outcasts together, for the sake of both our worlds. Outside the cave, the sun had reached its zenith, bathing the world-spine mountains in brilliant light. Far below, in the valleys and plains, people went about their lives, unaware that their fate now rested in the hands of the most unlikely alliance, a dwarf who had sworn to slay dragons, and an elf who had vowed to protect them. As they emerged with the glowing sphere between them, Durin Ironshield and Lorelei Moonsong faced the vast world below, united by a new purpose greater than the ancient hatreds that had divided their peoples for generations. The journey ahead would be perilous, but for the first time in decades, Durin felt something long forgotten, stirring in his heart. Story 3. The halls of Khazad-dûm, greatest of the dwarven fortresses, echoed with the thunder of war drums and the clash of steel against steel. Once impenetrable walls trembled beneath the onslaught of dark magic as ancient runes of protection flickered and failed. Within the royal chambers, Princess Breatha Ironbeard stood before her father's broken throne, her mother's battle axe gripped tightly in calloused hands. At just 90 years, barely of age by dwarven reckoning, she now faced the end of a dynasty that had ruled the mountain realm for 15 centuries. "You must flee, my princess," urged Thrain, her father's most trusted advisor, his white beard singed and stained with blood. The secret passages beneath the treasury remain uncompromised. Take the royal medallion and the map. If Khazad-dûm falls, you are our people's only hope. Breatha's amber eyes flashed with defiance. A daughter of Ironbeard does not abandon her home while breath remains in her body. It is not abandonment, but duty, Thrain insisted, pressing a small iron chest into her reluctant hands. Your father foresaw this day. Before he fell, he bade me give you this and speak these words. The mountain has 2 peaks, though one remains hidden in mist. Before Breatha could demand explanation, the great doors to the throne room shuddered. Beyond them, a voice like cracking ice spoke words in a forbidden tongue, sending shivers through stone that had stood unmoving for millennia. "The Witch King comes," Thrain whispered. "Go now, princess. Find the truth. Return with fire." With grief burning in her throat, Breatha took the chest and fled through passages known only to the royal line, the screams of her people fading behind her as she descended into darkness. The map, ancient and marked with runes no dwarf had used in generations, led her through forgotten mines and caverns untouched for centuries, until at last she emerged beneath starlight on the far side of the mountain. Behind her, Khazad-dûm burned, flames visible even from leagues away, transforming the night sky into an inferno of crimson and gold. Breatha allowed herself one moment of silent mourning before turning toward the vast, unknown wilderness, the royal medallion cold against her skin beneath her armor. 3 weeks of hard travel brought Breatha to the borders of lands no dwarf willingly entered. The twilight glades stretched before her, ancient trees towering hundreds of feet above the forest floor, their silver-barked trunks wider than dwarven feast halls. Legends spoke of the elves who dwelled among these sentinels, creatures of moonlight and magic, who looked upon dwarves with cold disdain. But legends also spoke of the glades, protection against the dark powers that had claimed her home. With King Morgrim's assassins still pursuing her, she had narrowly escaped their blades twice already. Breatha had little choice. As she stepped beneath the canopy, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The medallion beneath her armor grew warm against her skin, pulsing with a rhythm like a heartbeat. Strange lights danced between distant trees, and whispers in a language she could almost understand caressed her ears. "Curious," spoke a voice from above. A daughter of stone, carrying magic of leaf and star. Breatha raised her axe, eyes scanning the branches. "Show yourself, tree dweller." A figure dropped silently from above, landing with impossible grace before her. Tall and lithe, with hair like spun moonlight and eyes the deep green of forest shadows, the elf regarded her with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. His clothing seemed to shift with the dappled light, making his precise location difficult to determine even as he stood motionless. "I am Thranduil Lightfoot, guardian of the eastern borders," he said, his voice carrying the music of wind through leaves. "Your kind are not welcome here, dwarf child, yet the forest itself parts to guide your steps." "An interesting puzzle. I seek only safe passage," Breatha replied, lowering her axe slightly but keeping it ready. "Dark forces have claimed Khazad-dûm. I am pursued." Thranduil's eyes narrowed. "The shadow that grows in the mountain. We have felt its cold touch even here." His gaze dropped to her chest, where the medallion lay hidden. "What treasure do you carry that glows with elven light?" Breatha's hand instinctively moved to protect the medallion. "My inheritance, none of your concern." A ghost of a smile touched the elf's lips. "I believe it is very much my concern." With a fluid motion too swift to follow, he knocked an arrow and fired past Breatha's ear. A grunt of pain sounded behind her. She whirled to see one of Morgrim's assassins crumple to the ground, black blood seeping from beneath his dark helm. "It seems we have common enemies," Thranduil observed. "Come, the forest is no longer safe for conversation." The elven encampment was unlike anything in dwarven lore. Dwellings of living wood and silver leaf spiraled around massive tree trunks, connected by bridges of woven light that appeared and vanished with a gesture. Elves moved among the branches like wind, their curious eyes following the stocky dwarf princess as Thranduil led her to a chamber formed within the heart of an ancient oak. "Show me the medallion," Thranduil requested once they were alone. Breatha hesitated, then slowly removed the chain from around her neck. The medallion, a disc of dwarven iron inlaid with patterns of silver and crystal, pulsed with soft blue light as she placed it on the table between them. Thranduil's sharp intake of breath confirmed her suspicions that this was no ordinary dwarven artifact. "Where did you get this?" "It has been passed through the Ironbeard line for generations," Breatha replied. "My father gave it to me as Khazad-dûm fell." The elf's fingers hovered over the medallion without touching it, tracing the patterns in the air. "These are not dwarven runes alone. They are interwoven with the high elven script of the Starlight Court, magic not shared with outsiders for 3,000 years. His eyes met hers, searching. "Your father gave you no explanation." Breatha shook her head. "Only a riddle. The mountain has two peaks, though one remains hidden in mist." Thranduil's expression shifted from suspicion to wonder. "It cannot be," he murmured. He reached out suddenly, his fingers brushing against Breatha's cheek. She jerked back, but not before he had collected a single drop of blood from a small cut she'd received during her journey. Before she could protest, he let the droplet fall onto the medallion. The blood did not stain the metal, but instead seemed to sink into it, causing the runes to flare with blinding light. Within the radiance, images formed, memories not her own. An elven princess falling in love with a dwarven prince during the last great alliance. A child born of both worlds, hidden among the dwarves for protection. Generation after generation, the secret bloodline preserved, waiting for the day when both peoples would need to stand as one again. As the light faded, Breatha stared at the medallion in shock. What trickery is this? Not trickery, but truth, Thranduil replied softly. You carry the blood of the Starlight Court within you, Breitha Ironbeard. You are descended from Eleanor Dawnsinger, who loved Durin IV against the wishes of both their peoples. He knelt before her, a gesture no elf had offered a dwarf in living memory. You are the fulfillment of a prophecy as old as the schism between our races, the one who would unite what was sundered. Breatha laughed bitterly. Unify? My home lies in ruins. My people are scattered or enslaved. What good is mixed blood to me now? Thranduil rose, his eyes alight with purpose. It means you alone can claim the Dawn Blade, the weapon forged at the height of the Alliance, broken when our peoples turned against each other. Only one who carries both bloodlines can reforge and wield it against the darkness. King Morgrim, Breatha whispered. The Witch King seeks something beneath the mountain. My father died protecting it. The Titan of Stone, Thranduil confirmed, an ancient being imprisoned at the mountain's heart by the combined power of elven magic and dwarven craft. If awakened, it would give Morgrim power to challenge the gods themselves. Days became weeks as Breatha dwelled among the elves, learning secrets kept from dwarven kind for millennia. Thranduil taught her the fundamentals of elven nature magic, how to listen to the whispers of trees, how to call light into darkness, how to move with the silence of falling snow. In return, she shared the craft of her people, the secret language of stone, the forging techniques passed from master to apprentice since the world was young. Their mutual distrust slowly transformed into grudging respect, then tentative friendship. Others joined them, elven outcasts who questioned their people's isolation, dwarven refugees who had escaped the fall of Khazad Dorum. Together, they formed the beginning of something new, a fellowship that transcended ancient prejudices. On the eve of the winter solstice, beneath a sky ablaze with stars, Thranduil led Breatha to a hidden grove where ancient stones rose from the earth in perfect circles. The first fragment of the Dawn Blade lies here, he explained, protected by enchantments that will yield only to one of dual heritage. At the center of the circle stood a pedestal of living crystal. As Breatha approached, the medallion around her neck flared with light, answering some unheard call. The crystal pedestal split open like a flower blooming, revealing a shard of metal that gleamed within a fire, neither gold nor silver nor any alloy known to dwarf or elf. The Dawn Blade's hilt, Thranduil breathed. Forged from star metal by the greatest smiths of both our peoples. When Breatha's fingers closed around the fragment, visions cascaded through her mind, the remaining pieces scattered across the realm, the rituals needed to unite them, the power they would wield when whole. Most importantly, she saw Morgrim's dark plans unfurling beneath her ancestral mountain. The Titan stirs, she gasped as the vision faded. Morgrim has begun the awakening ritual. We have until the spring equinox before it breaks free. Thranduil's face was grim. Then we have 3 months to find the remaining fragments and build an army. Not an army, Breatha corrected, her voice stronger than it had ever been, resonating with the authority of both her bloodlines. A union. The dawn comes only when night and day meet as equals. As if in answer to her words, the fragment in her hand pulsed with golden light. From the forests and mountains surrounding them, Answering lights appeared, elves and dwarves emerging from shadow, drawn by some call they did not understand, but could not ignore. Breather raised the fragment high, its light illuminating faces marked by centuries of suspicion and hostility, now united in common purpose. I am Breather, daughter of two peoples, heir to mountain and forest alike, she declared, her voice carrying to the farthest corners of the grove. I do not ask you to forget the past, but to remember a time before the Sundering, when elf and dwarf stood as brothers. The darkness that claimed my home will claim yours next if we remain divided. She turned to Thranduil, who stood watching with quiet pride, and extended her hand. After a moment's hesitation, he took it. Elf and dwarf, forest and mountain, magic and craft joined once more. The dawn blade must be reforged, Breather continued, not by my hand alone, but by all of us together. Only then can we reclaim what was lost and forge a future neither of our peoples could create alone. Above them, stars blazed in patterns unseen for an age. Below, the earth trembled in anticipation. And between heaven and stone, in the twilight realm where elves and dwarves now stood together, hope kindled like the first light of a new day, breaking over ancient peaks. Story 4. Moonlight spilled through stained glass windows high above the circular chamber, casting kaleidoscopic patterns across ancient tomes and scrolls that had remained undisturbed for centuries. The great arcane library of Lumenvale rose like a crystal spire from the heart of the Elven kingdom, its 7 towers reaching toward the stars, as if to pluck celestial secrets from the heavens themselves. Within its lowest depths, far below the magnificent reading halls and meditation gardens, Ilarion Silverleaf moved silently through forgotten catacombs, his slender fingers tracing glyphs carved into walls older than memory. Unlike most elves who preferred the company of trees and stars, Ilarion found solace in dusty archives and forgotten knowledge. His silver hair was perpetually tied back with a simple leather cord, his emerald eyes intense with curiosity that often bordered on obsession. As the youngest apprentice lawkeeper in 3 centuries, he had been granted access to sections of the library forbidden to all but the most trusted scholars, a privilege he now used to explore passages mentioned only in the most ancient texts. "It must be here," he whispered, his voice barely disturbing the thick silence. The map he had painstakingly reconstructed from fragments of a crumbling manuscript led to a chamber supposedly sealed during the Sundering, the great war that had divided elves and dwarves 10,000 years ago. His enchanted crystal lamp flickered as he approached a wall seemingly no different from countless others in the labyrinth beneath the library. Yet Ilarion's trained eye detected the subtle pattern of runes hidden within the stone's natural veining. Dwarven runes, not elven, their angular forms disguised amid the whorls of the marble. With reverent caution, he pressed his palm against the central symbol. The stone recognized his arcane signature as a keeper of knowledge, and shifted with a sound like distant thunder, revealing a small chamber beyond. The air that escaped was ancient, carrying scents of metal and stone that had no place in an elven archive. At the chamber's center rested a tome bound in metal rather than leather, its cover inscribed with runes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Dwarven craftsmanship was unmistakable in its construction. Bands of a strange, dark alloy clasped the grimoire shut, each inscribed with warnings Ilarion could only partially translate. "The forbidden knowledge of Thordak," he murmured, deciphering one line, "sealed by blood and starlight." Scholarly caution warred with insatiable curiosity. This grimoire represented a historical treasure, perhaps even the lost work of Thordak Ironhand, the legendary dwarven runesmith whose betrayal had allegedly triggered the Sundering. Such a find could rewrite the history taught to every elven child. His decision made, Ilarion carefully lifted the grimoire from its resting place. The moment his fingers closed around its metallic binding, the runes flared with crimson light. Pain lanced up his arms as the symbols seemed to flow like liquid fire across his skin, searing unfamiliar patterns into his flesh before fading into invisibility. Ilarion gasped, nearly dropping the tome as the chamber around him trembled. Within his mind, a presence awakened, alien yet somehow familiar, like a memory of someone he had never met. "Who disturbs my slumber?" The voice was deep as mountain roots, rough as unpolished stone, and unmistakably dwarven. "I am Ilarion Silverleaf, apprentice lawkeeper of Lumenvale," he responded aloud, his voice echoing strangely in the small chamber. "An elf?" The mental voice carried surprise and something like bitter amusement. "How many centuries have passed that the Guardians would entrust my grimoire to one of the forest folk? Your grimoire, then you are Thordak Ironhand, Master Runesmith of Khazad-Morak, Guardian of the Seal. Or rather, the echo of his consciousness, bound to these pages upon his death. Before Ilarion could process this revelation, the grimoire in his hands grew warm. Images flooded his mind, memories not his own. A vast underground city of soaring stone arches, illuminated by crystals that burned with inner fire. A forge where metal flowed like water, shaped not just by hammer and tongs, but by will and word, and darkness, a writhing, sentient darkness that devoured light, life, and even reality itself. "The void," Ilarion whispered, the word drawn from Thordak's memories. "You know of it." Surprise colored the mental voice. "Only from the most ancient legends. A force of uncreation that existed before the world was formed. Not legend, truth. It sleeps beneath the roots of the world, bound by a seal I gave my life to create, a seal forged from dwarven runes and elven starlight magic, a seal that now weakens." The ground beneath the library shuddered, dust falling from the ceiling of the small chamber, but this was no natural tremor. Through his new connection to Thordak, Ilarion sensed malevolent intent behind the movement. "They have found us," the dwarven consciousness warned. "The Brotherhood has sensed the grimoire's awakening." The Brotherhood, the servants of the void, those who would break the seal and unleash uncreation upon the world. "They have hunted my knowledge for millennia. You must flee, elf scholar, now." As if punctuating Thordak's warning, the wall through which Ilarion had entered exploded inward. Through the dust stepped three figures in hooded cloaks the color of spilled ink, their faces obscured by masks of blackened metal. Each carried weapons that seemed to drink the light from Ilarion's crystal lamp. "The grimoire, elfling," spoke the foremost figure, voice distorted by the mask. "You surrender it, and your death will be painless." Ilarion had never considered himself a warrior. Elven scholars were taught defensive magic, of course, but combat was the domain of the Sentinel caste. Yet as the assassins advanced, knowledge flowed unbidden from the grimoire into his mind. Dwarven battle runes, not used since the Sundering. His fingers traced shapes in the air, leaving trails of silver light that crystallized into protective sigils. The nearest assassins struck at the barrier and recoiled as their blade shattered against it. The western passage, Thordak's voice guided him. "Run!" Clutching the grimoire to his chest, Ilarion fled through a narrow tunnel, the sounds of pursuit close behind. The library's alarm bells began to toll above as the disturbance was finally noticed by the upper levels. But Ilarion could not risk leading the Brotherhood into the heart of Lumenvale. "You must take me to my kin." Thordak insisted as they emerged into a seldom-used courtyard. "To the Ironstone Mountains. My blood still lives. My granddaughter, Grimna. She is the only one who can help us reforge the seal." "Impossible," Ilarion gasped, ducking behind a column as shadowy figures moved across the courtyard. "The dwarven kingdoms are closed to elves. Would you prefer the world unmade, scholar?" The grimoire pulsed with urgency against Ilarion's chest. Through their connection, he caught glimpses of what would happen should the void escape its prison, reality unraveling like rotted fabric, the stars themselves swallowed by infinite darkness. "How would I even find her? I will guide you, but we must move quickly. The binding weakens with each passing moment." 7 days of desperate travel brought Ilarion to the foothills of the Ironstone Mountains. 7 nights of hiding from both elven searchers, for surely he had been branded a thief and traitor after fleeing with the grimoire, and the more sinister agents of the Brotherhood who seemed to track him through means beyond mortal understanding. The grimoire's presence in his mind had grown simultaneously stronger and more fragmented. Sometimes Thordak's consciousness was lucid, sharing knowledge of runecraft that had been lost for millennia. Other times, it dissolved into incoherent fragments of memory and emotion, suggesting that whatever magic bound the dwarven smith's spirit to the book was deteriorating alongside the greater seal that contained the void. "There." Thordak's voice guided him toward a narrow cleft in the mountainside that would have been invisible to any not specifically looking for it. The hidden way to Grimna's forge. The passage twisted through stone, descending steeply until it opened into a cavern illuminated by the ruddy glow of a forge fire. The heat struck Ilarion like a physical force after the mountain's chill, bringing with it unfamiliar scents of hot metal, coal, and the distinctive oils dwarven smiths used to temper their greatest works. Standing before the forge was a stocky figure barely reaching Ilarion's chest, yet radiating a presence that filled the cavern. Her auburn beard was intricately braided with metal beads and rings that denoted mastery of multiple smithing disciplines. Her powerful arms bare, except for runed braces that glowed with inner fire. Most striking were her eyes, amber like her grandfather's, but with flecks of gold that caught the forge light. "I wondered when you would arrive, elf," Grimna Ironhand said without turning from her work, hammering a piece of glowing metal with precise, measured strikes. "My ancestors have been restless these past nights, and now I see why." She finally looked up, her gaze fixing on the grimoire clutched against Ilarion's chest. "You bring trouble to my doorstep. I bring your grandfather's legacy," Ilarion replied, summoning courage he scarcely felt under that penetrating stare, and warning of catastrophe that threatens both our peoples. "My grandfather died a traitor to his kind," Grimna spat, though Ilarion detected uncertainty beneath the bitterness. "Consorting with elves, abandoning his clan." "Show her," Thordak urged. "The truth, not the lies." With trembling hands, Ilarion opened the grimoire. The runes on its pages flared with brilliant light, and the presence that had resided in Ilarion's mind now filled the chamber like a thunderclap. "Granddaughter." Thordak's voice resonated not just in Ilarion's mind, but in the very stones around them. "The histories lie. I did not betray our people. I saved them." The air between them shimmered, forming a spectral image of Thordak as he had been in life, broad-shouldered and proud, his beard reaching his belt, his hands bearing the scars of a lifetime at the forge. The sundering was not caused by betrayal, but by sacrifice, the apparition continued, its voice softening. The void had already begun to leak into our world. Only by combining dwarven runecraft with elven celestial magic could we create a seal strong enough to contain it. The price was high, eternal division between our peoples, that neither should possess knowledge of both halves of the binding. Grimna's hammer slipped from suddenly nerveless fingers. Grandfather, it cannot be. The seal weakens, child. The Brotherhood of the Black Flame seeks the grimoire to finish what they began 10,000 years ago. The final unraveling of the bindings that hold the void at bay. Why an elf? Grimna demanded, suspicion warring with wonder on her weathered features. Why entrust this to our ancient enemy? Because the new seal will require what the old one did. Dwarven strength and elven light, working as one. The grimoire chose him, as the patterns of fate demanded. Now you must work together, or all is lost. The spectral form began to fade, its energy nearly spent. The formula is within the grimoire's pages, but incomplete. I could not risk recording the full binding in one place. The missing elements are hidden in the Star Forge beneath Elendel's tower. You must. The apparition wavered, its voice becoming distant. Must complete the work I began. The void stirs. You have until the dark moon rises. With those words, Thordak's presence vanished, leaving only a lingering warmth in the air and the grimoire's pages glowing with revealed knowledge. Silence stretched between elf and dwarf, ancient prejudices warring with the undeniable truth they had witnessed. It was Grimna who finally broke it, retrieving her hammer with a decisive motion. My grandfather was many things, but never a liar, she said, eyes gleaming with new purpose. If what he showed us is true, then we have less than 14 days before the void breaks its bonds. The journey to Elendel's tower would take at least 10, Ilarion calculated, his scholar's mind already mapping the distance. Grimna's laugh was short and harsh. By elven paths, perhaps. The deep roads my ancestors built still run beneath these mountains, forgotten by your kind. They can bring us to the tower in 4 days, if you've the stomach for true darkness, elf. My name is Ilarion, he replied, drawing himself up to his full height, which suddenly felt less impressive before the dwarf's unflinching confidence. And I've spent most of my life in the shadows beneath your grandfather's library. I fear the void, not the dark. The faintest smile cracked Grimna's stern demeanor. Well-spoken, Ilarion Silverleaf, perhaps there's more to you than scholarly dust. She extended a calloused hand. The road ahead holds dangers neither of us can face alone. Truce, then. Until the world is saved or ended. Ilarion clasped her hand, feeling the strength in her grip and the strange resonance between the runes still invisible on his skin and the ones adorning her braces. Truce, he agreed. And perhaps, if we survive, something more. A bridge between peoples too long divided. First, we forge a seal, Grimna replied practically, already gathering tools and supplies into a travel pack. And then we'll see about bridges. As they prepared for their journey into the depths, the grimoire pulsed once more with warm light. Almost, Ilarion thought, like approval. Above them, unseen, the stars wheeled toward the fateful alignment that would test the strength of an alliance 10,000 years in the making. In the deepest dark beneath the world, the void stirred in anticipation, its patient hunger about to be rewarded after eons of waiting. Unless an unlikely pair, one born of starlight, one forged from stone, could mend what time and hatred had sundered. Story 5. Twilight descended upon the crystal spires of Luminaria like liquid sapphire, bathing the ancient elven citadel in hues of deepest blue and violet. High above the enchanted forests that surrounded the elven realm, Lord Thalen Twilight Star stood alone in the Observatory of Ages, his slender fingers tracing lines of faded script on a parchment so old it threatened to crumble beneath his touch. The chamber around him was a marvel of elven craftsmanship, walls of living crystal that amplified the light of stars, creating constellations that danced across the domed ceiling in patterns that had guided elven seers for millennia. But tonight, Thalen paid the celestial dance no heed. His silver eyes, reflective as mirrors in the dim light, remained fixed on the text before him. Words written in a time when the division between elves and dwarves was but a fresh wound rather than an ancient scar. When shadow devours both forest and stone, when ancient enemies become as brothers once more, the twin crown shall stand against the tide of darkness, he whispered, the elvish words flowing like water from his lips. Or all shall be consumed by the eternal shadow, a prophecy forgotten by his people, deliberately buried in the deepest archives of the observatory. A prophecy that spoke of alliance with the dwarves, the stone shapers whom the elves had not called brothers in over 4,000 years. The stars above shifted, forming a pattern Thalon had calculated would appear only once in 7 centuries. The shadowed crown, a constellation ancient texts claimed heralded the awakening of forgotten powers. "It begins," he murmured, rolling the parchment with reverent care, "whether we wish it or not." "Madness!" Queen Illyria's voice echoed through the chamber of starlight, causing the crystal columns to resonate with her displeasure. "You would have us ally with the stone dwellers, the destroyers of sacred groves, the miners of mountains that should remain untouched." The assembled elven council murmured their agreement, their faces masks of disdain beneath elegantly pointed ears and circlets of enchanted silver. Thalen stood firm before them, tall even for an elf, his midnight blue robes embroidered with the silver stars that marked his position as master of celestial law. "Your radiance, the prophecy is clear," he insisted, his melodic voice carrying to every corner of the vast chamber despite its softness. "The army of eternal shadows will rise against both our realms. Neither elves nor dwarves can stand alone against such a force." "A prophecy conveniently discovered by you alone," countered Lord Sylvan Moonshadow, keeper of ancient wisdom and Thalen's most vocal opponent on the council. "A text no other lawmaster has set eyes upon for centuries, if it ever truly existed at all. I have brought the original manuscript. You have brought fragments that could have been forged by any skilled hand," Sylvan interrupted, his ageless face betraying a flicker of contempt. "Perhaps even your own." Queen Illyria raised a hand, silencing both men with a simple gesture. Her eyes, ancient and knowing, studied Thalen with cool assessment. "And you have served the crystal spires faithfully for 7 centuries, Lord Twilight Star," she said, her voice softening slightly. "But in this matter, your judgment has become clouded. The dwarves of the Iron Mountains have been our adversaries since the Sundering. They desecrate the natural world with their endless tunneling and forges. Yet before the Sundering, they were our allies," Thalen reminded her. "Indeed, the prophecy speaks of a time when ancient enemies must become as brothers once more. The constellation of the shadowed crown has appeared, the sign the prophecy foretold." "Enough." The Queen's voice grew cold once more. "I will not risk the safety of our realm on obscure prophecies and misplaced trust. The Council has decided. There will be no alliance with the dwarves." Thalen bowed his head, defeat settling over him like a shroud. "Then may I at least be granted permission to continue my research, to seek evidence that might convince—" "You are relieved of your duties as Master of Celestial Law," the Queen declared, rising from her crystal throne. "Until such time as you renounce this dangerous obsession, you are forbidden from accessing the observatory or its archives." Gasps rippled through the council. Such a dismissal was almost unheard of among the long-lived elves, for whom positions often lasted millennia. "Your radiance," Thalon began, dismay evident in his voice. "Should you persist in spreading these divisive ideas," she continued, as if he had not spoken, "you shall be exiled from Luminaria entirely." This audience is concluded. 3 months later, Thalen stumbled through the underbrush of the wild borderlands, a realm claimed by neither elf nor dwarf. Rain lashed at his face, plastering silver hair against pale skin, now smudged with dirt and scratched by thorns. His fine robes had long since been replaced by weather-worn traveling clothes. His only possession of value, the ancient scroll hidden in an oilskin pouch close to his heart. Exile had come swiftly after he had attempted to send messages to the dwarven kingdom of Khazad-dûrum, branded a traitor by his own people. He had fled with nothing but his knowledge and an unshakable conviction that the prophecies' warning was real. Lightning split the sky, illuminating a clearing ahead. In that brief flash, Thalen spotted a figure sprawled upon the ground, stocky and armored in a way no elf would be. A dwarf, apparently wounded or worse. Caution warred with compassion. Dwarves were notoriously mistrustful of elves, and an injured one might be doubly dangerous, yet the prophecy's words echoed in his mind. When ancient enemies become as brothers once more. Decision made. Thalen approached the fallen figure. As he drew closer, he realized with surprise that the dwarf was female, unusual for one traveling alone in these dangerous lands. Her armor bore the royal insignia of Khazad-dûrum, and the quality of her axe, still clutched in one hand, marked her as no ordinary warrior. Blood seeped from a wound in her side where the armor had been pierced by something that left the edges of the metal blackened, as if burned. Thalen recognized the signs immediately. Shadow taint, the mark of weapons forged in the darkest magic. "Hold fast, daughter of stone," he murmured, kneeling beside her. "I mean you no harm." The dwarf's eyes snapped open, amber orbs that fixed on him with immediate suspicion, despite the pain evident in them. "Elf," she growled, attempting to raise her axe before wincing and falling back. "Come to finish the work of your shadow friends." Shadow friends. Thalen frowned, already pulling healing herbs from his travel pouch. "I have no alliance with shadow creatures. I am a healer, among other things. Your wound bears shadow taint that will spread if not treated quickly. Why would an elf help a dwarf?" she demanded, though her resistance was weakening as the poison worked through her system. "Perhaps because this elf believes that the divisions between our peoples serve only the darkness," he replied, carefully removing the damaged section of armor to access the wound. "What is your name, daughter of stone?" She hesitated, clearly debating whether to trust him with even that small piece of information. Finally, pain won out over suspicion. "Durnhild," she muttered. "Durnhild Stonehammer of the Royal Guard of Khazad-dûrum. And if you're planning to ransom me, elf, know that I'm the king's youngest daughter, and he has 5 others he prefers." Despite the gravity of the situation, Thalen found himself smiling. A princess who speaks so of herself must be either very humble or very troublesome to her father. "Both," she admitted with a grimace that might have been a smile on a face less contorted with pain. "The shadow creatures. They came from the old ruins to the east, hundreds of them. My scouting party was overwhelmed." Thalen's hand stilled in the midst of applying a poultice to her wound. "Hundreds. The army of eternal shadows." "It has begun, then." Durnhild's eyes narrowed. "You know of them." "I know of a prophecy that foretells their coming," Thalen replied, resuming his work. "A prophecy that speaks of a threat to both our peoples, one that can only be overcome if elf and dwarf stand together once more." "Convenient tale," she said, though with less hostility than before. The healing herbs were taking effect. dulling the worst of her pain. "And does this prophecy of yours have a solution? Some magical weapon or secret knowledge?" Thalen nodded solemnly. "It speaks of the dual crown, an artifact forged in the time when our peoples ruled as brothers. A crown that contains the united magic of both races." "Fairy stories," Durnhild scoffed, though uncertainty flickered in her amber eyes. "Would next you'll tell me dragons still fly the western skies?" "Some do," Thailand replied with complete seriousness, "though not as many as in ages past." Their conversation was interrupted by a distant howl, a sound like the wind passing through a graveyard, hollow and hungry. Durnhild's face paled. "They've found my trail," she whispered. "The shadow hunters." Thalen worked quickly to bind her wound. "Can you walk, Princess Stonehammer?" "We must find shelter before nightfall." "I can fight," she countered, struggling to sit up. "A daughter of Khazad Dorum does not flee from battle." "Even the bravest warrior knows when to make a tactical retreat," Thylon argued, helping her to her feet. "Especially when outnumbered and wounded." Durnhild wavered, clearly torn between pride and practicality. Another unearthly howl, closer this time, decided the matter for her. "Very well, elf. Lead on. But know that this temporary alliance does not make us friends." "Of course not, Princess." Thalen agreed, with a gravity belied by the subtle twinkle in his silver eyes, merely reluctant co-survivors of an approaching apocalypse. The cave Thalen led them to was unremarkable from the outside, just another fissure in the cliff face that dotted the borderlands. Yet inside, ancient glyphs carved into the walls glowed with soft blue light when Thalen passed his hand over them. "Elven Sanctuary," he explained, as Durnhild eyed the symbols suspiciously. "Created during the last alliance, before the Sundering. One of the few places where the old magics still hold, and these old magics will keep the shadow creatures at bay." She settled against a wall, still clutching her axe despite the evident toll the journey had taken on her wounded body. For a time, Thalen busied himself gathering water from a small spring at the back of the cave. "Long enough for your wound to heal, if the gods are kind." Durnhild watched him work, her natural mistrust warring with the evidence of his actions. "Why were you in the borderlands, elf?" "Your kind rarely leave their forests unless in great numbers." A shadow passed over Thalen's face. "I am exiled from my homeland, for believing in the prophecy that foretold the coming of the shadows, for suggesting an alliance with your people." Surprise registered in Durnhild's expression. "Your own kind cast you out for that?" "As yours would likely do to any dwarf who suggested alliance with elves," he pointed out mildly. "Udar peoples have cultivated hatred for 4 millennia. Such ancient animosity is not easily set aside." He settled across from her, the ethereal blue light of the glyphs casting sharp shadows across his angular features. "Rest now, Princess. We have much ground to cover when you are stronger." "Where exactly do you propose we go?" she asked, suspicion returning to her voice. "And I should return to Khazad Dorum to warn my people of the Shadow Army." "And I would not prevent you," Thalon assured her. "But your father will not believe warnings from an elf, or even from a daughter influenced by one. We need proof and answers." "The dual crown," Durnhild said with a skeptical grunt. "Your mythical artifact." "Not mythical. Hidden. The prophecy provides clues to its location, a place where stone meets sky, where roots of mountain touch the stars. I believe it speaks of the Pinnacle of Dawn, a sacred site where dwarven tunnels once connected to an elven observatory." Durnhild's eyes widened slightly. "The Skyforge. It's spoken of in our oldest records, but its location was lost after the Sundering." Thalen nodded encouragingly. "Because both peoples needed to find it together. The elves knew which stars to follow. The dwarves knew which passages to take beneath the earth. For the first time, uncertainty crept into Durnhild's expression. If what you say is true, if this shadow army truly threatens both our realms, then we have little choice but to seek this crown. Then we are agreed, Thalen asked, hardly daring to hope. Durnhild's laugh was short and gruff. Agreed that we're both likely mad? Yes. Agreed to trust each other completely. Not quite yet, elf. She extended a hand, calloused and strong. But I will honor the debt of my life with cooperation. Lead me to this pinnacle of dawn, and we shall see if your prophecy holds water. As their hands clasped, dwarf and elf, stone and starlight, neither noticed the subtle shimmer that passed through the ancient glyphs surrounding them, as if the very magic of the sanctuary recognized a promise fulfilled after 4,000 years of waiting. Outside, storm clouds gathered on the horizon, unnaturally dark and seething with purpose. The army of eternal shadows marched ever closer to the kingdoms of light and stone, led by a figure whose elven features had long ago been twisted by dark magic and bitter hatred, a lich who remembered the forging of the dual crown and who had orchestrated the sundering to ensure it would never be worn again. The ancient game of prophecy and power had begun anew, and this time the fate of both kingdoms rested in the unlikely alliance of an exiled elven lord and a dwarf princess who had only just learned to speak each other's names without contempt. Story 6. The heavens above Tharn Modan burned with celestial fire as streaks of silver-blue light tore across the night sky. The mountain peaks, jagged teeth against the darkness, seemed to reach hungrily toward the falling stars. Deep within those ancient stone sentinels lay the legendary forges, a place where magic and metallurgy danced together in harmony, where the impossible was hammered into being by hands both skilled and reverent. The century's starfall had begun. Kira Forjachama stood at the observation platform carved into the mountainside, her calloused fingers gripping the stone balustrade. Wind whipped her copper braids, each interwoven with thin strips of steel, the mark of an apprentice of the forges. Though small even by dwarven standards, her arms bore the defined muscles of one who had spent countless hours wielding hammer and tongs. Behind her, the sacred forges glowed like captive suns, their heat a constant companion in the vast halls of Tharn Modan. And beautiful, isn't it? The voice belonged to Master Thorgan, his beard elaborately braided with mithril rings that caught the light of the falling stars. Yet few understand the danger they witness when they look upon such beauty. Kira nodded solemnly. Every dwarf child grew up hearing tales of the starfall, how once every century the cosmos bestowed upon them the rarest of gifts, star metal, the material from which legends were forged. Blades that never dulled, armor that turned aside dragonfire, crowns that granted wisdom beyond mortal understanding, all born in these forges, all crafted from the tears of the sky. What the common folk did not know, what only the highest echelons of forge masters understood, was that these gifts came with a price. The conclave has reached a decision, Thorgan said, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. Think you are to be named heir to the Grand Master's hammer. The words struck Kira like a physical blow. Her mouth opened, but no sound emerged. The Grand Master's hammer, the symbol of leadership, the tool wielded only by those deemed worthy to lead the forges. Never in the 7,000-year history of Tharn Modan had an apprentice been elevated to such a position. Never had someone so young been chosen. Undies, there must be some mistake, she finally managed, her voice barely audible above the mountain winds. The hammer chooses child, not us. Thorgan's eyes reflected the falling stars. The Grand Master's passing was unexpected. When we brought the candidates before the hammer, it remained cold and lifeless. Then you entered the chamber on an errand, and it blazed with blue fire. Before Kira could respond, a horn sounded from the depths of the mountain, 3 long blasts followed by 2 short ones, the signal for an unexpected arrival. "We must return," Thorgan said, his expression darkening. "The announcement of your selection has already caused dissent." The great forge hall echoed with angry voices when Kira and Thorgan arrived. At the center of the commotion stood a figure that seemed out of place among the stocky dwarves, tall and lithe, with features too delicate for the harsh mountain environment. An elf, his silver hair cascading down shoulders draped in midnight blue robes embroidered with constellations. "An outsider has no place here during Starfall." The words came from Durgan Ironbeard, leader of the traditionalist faction. His beard jutted forward aggressively as he pointed at the elf, "Especially not when sacred traditions are being desecrated by the selection of an unworthy heir." The elf remained calm, his posture straight as a blade. "I am Aranor of the Astral Guardians, and I come bearing warning. The stars fall with purpose this cycle. The elves always claim portents and doom," Durgan scoffed. "While conveniently appearing when our forges prepare to receive the sky's bounty." Kira studied the elf. The Astral Guardians were thought to be legend, elven mystics who charted the movements of celestial bodies and foretold the future in the patterns of stars. If the stories were true, none had been seen in dwarven lands for nearly 5 centuries. "Master Thorgan," Aranor acknowledged the elder dwarf with a respectful bow. "I bring grave tidings. The corrupted artifacts have awakened." A murmur rippled through the gathered dwarves. Thorgan's face paled beneath his beard. "What artifacts?" Kira asked, drawing attention to herself. Durgan's laugh was caustic. "And this is whom the hammer supposedly chose. One who knows nothing of our most sacred burden." "Enough!" Thorgan's voice cracked like thunder in the stone hall. "Kira Foryachama has been chosen by the hammer itself. Whether you approve or not, Durgan is immaterial." He turned to Kira, his eyes grave. "The star metal carries more than just the material for great crafting. It carries influence, a consciousness, ancient and patient, that seeks freedom through the artifacts we forge. For generations," Aranor continued, "my ancestors worked alongside yours to ensure the metal was purified before crafting. But that knowledge was lost with the death of your last Grandmaster. Now, across the kingdoms, ancient artifacts are awakening, corrupting their bearers, turning them into vessels for the entity that dwells in the star metal." Kira felt a chill despite the forge heat. "And the hammer chose me to—" "What? Rediscover this purification method?" "The hammer does not make mistakes," Thorgan said simply. "Until we have 3 days before the starfall reaches its peak," Aranor added. 3 days before enough metal accumulates to give the entity its chance at freedom." The journey into the forgotten depths of Tharn Modan began that very night. Against Durgan's vehement protests, Kira and Aranor descended through ancient mine shafts, following faded runes that spoke of the binding and the celestial prison. "Your people and mine were not always at odds," Aranor said, as they navigated a narrow passageway. His palm held aloft a crystal that shed silver light upon their path. When the first starfall came, it was elves who recognized the danger and dwarves who possessed the skill to contain it. Kira nodded, running her fingers along the wall where dwarven and elven script intertwined. "Yet now, we barely tolerate each other's presence. What happened? Time, distance, pride." Aranor's voice carried no judgment. "At the same ailments that befall all alliances eventually. Their path led them deeper, beyond the known tunnels, into chambers untouched for centuries. Here, the air tasted stale but vibrated with lingering magic. The walls were carved with murals showing dwarves and elves working side by side at massive forges, while above them a great serpentine form writhed among the stars. "The devourer of light," Aranor whispered, pointing to the celestial serpent, an entity older than the world itself, imprisoned in a dying star by the gods. Each century, fragments of its prison fall to our world, and with them, shards of its consciousness. "And we've been making weapons from these fragments," Kira said, horrified understanding dawning. "Spreading pieces of this entity throughout the realms. Your ancestors were clever," Aranor countered. "The forges of Tharn Moden were built not just to craft weapons, but to purify the metal, to separate the entity's essence and contain it." They pressed on, finally reaching a perfect circular chamber. At its center stood an anvil of black stone, untouched by time, emanating a subtle vibration that Kira felt in her bones. Surrounding it were 7 forge stations, each bearing runes that glowed faintly blue in the darkness. "The binding circle," Aranor breathed. "It's real." Kira approached the central anvil, drawn by an instinct she couldn't name. When her fingers touched the ancient stone, visions flooded her mind, knowledge flowing directly into her consciousness like molten metal into a mold. She saw the purification rites, the precise hammer strikes, the words of binding that had to be spoken. Most importantly, she understood why the hammer had chosen her. "I can hear it," she whispered, pulling her hand away. "The metal, it speaks to me." On the third night, as the starfall reached its zenith, Kira stood before the gathered forge masters in the binding circle, the Grandmaster's hammer held firmly in her grasp. Outside, meteorites streaked through the atmosphere, bringing with them the precious and dangerous cargo that had shaped dwarven destiny for millennia. Durgan and his faction had attempted to stop the ritual, convinced that Kira would fail, that the old ways had been abandoned for a reason. It had taken all of Thorgun's authority to hold them at bay, and even now they watched with open skepticism from the chamber's edge. The first fragments of star metal arrived, carried by dwarves in ceremonial garb. Unlike ordinary meteoric iron, this metal glowed with an inner light that shifted between blue and violet, and it seemed to move slightly when unobserved directly, as if alive and seeking escape. Kira placed the first piece upon the black anvil. Immediately, she felt it reaching out, tendrils of alien consciousness probing her mind, offering power, knowledge, freedom from mortality. The voice was beautiful and terrible, compelling in its ancient wisdom. Raising the hammer high, Kira began the ritual. With each strike, she spoke words in a language she'd never learned but somehow knew, phrases that bound and purified, that separated essence from matter. Around her, Aranor and 6 dwarven masters took positions at the surrounding forge stations, creating a circuit of power that contained the separated energy. As the night progressed and more star metal arrived, the entity grew stronger, more desperate. Sweat poured down Kira's face, her arms burning with fatigue as she struck the anvil again and again. The metal fought her, the entity raged against her. Then, Durgan made his move. Convinced the ritual was failing, he rushed forward to seize the hammer, to save the forge as he saw it. The circuit broken, raw energy erupted from the anvil, coalescing into a serpentine form of pure light that lunged toward the ceiling, toward freedom. In that moment of crisis, Kira understood the final secret. Dropping the hammer, she placed her bare hands on the white-hot metal, crying out as her flesh seared. But instead of burning, her skin took on the same luminescent quality as the star metal itself. "I am the forge," she declared, her voice resonating with power beyond her years. "I am the hammer, I am the vessel, and the prison." Light erupted from her body, engulfing the escaping entity, drawing it back, binding it once more to the metal, but differently now. purified through her will rather than through mechanical ritual. The metal cooled, hardened, its glow steady and pure rather than shifting and dangerous. When it was done, Kira stood transformed. Her eyes shimmered with flecks of starlight, her seared palms now marked with spiraling runes that glowed softly in the dimness. The hammer, when she reclaimed it, hummed in harmony with her touch. The forges were never just about crafting weapons or armor, she said to the stunned assembly. They were about maintaining balance, keeping watch over something ancient and dangerous, allowing only its purest aspects into our world. Durgan, humbled by what he had witnessed, knelt before her. One by one, the other dwarves followed suit. Aranor smiled, bowing deeply. The alliance is renewed, he said, as it was always meant to be. Outside, the final stars fell from the heavens, their light dimmer now, gentler. The devourer of light would sleep for another century, contained once more by the combined wisdom of elves and the craftsmanship of dwarves, and by one young forge master with the rare gift to speak to the stars themselves. In the depths of Tharn Modan, the forges blazed anew, their purpose restored, their future secured in hands both young and wise beyond their years.